Hi, everybody. Gotta,
So wait, how long till? Oh,
we're on. We're live. We're here. We are on screen, on camera, uh, on the mic, and I'm gonna fix these cameras
Cold rock the
because
mic.
for the moment we are short a lark at the moment. Scarlet will be here a little later today, and yay, we got boosted, y'all. We got boosted. I'm super excited about that. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see. Let's unlock these cameras. Johnny's in my spot.
is boots temporary or are they permanent?
I don't
Don't know.
I know nothing about them, to be honest. I was just like,
I'm the
oh, here's
DM
this
now.
thing we can do that. Yes,
That's the most horrifying phrase I've ever heard.
yes. I was just like, here's this thing we can do. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It was exciting. It's been exciting. It's exciting that we got there.
It's out there in chat land. How y'all doing? While Mark fixes these cameras, I'll just
Yeah.
narrate.
Just chill with Pat.
Chatland. How's everyone been doing?
If you're in chat, give a shout out. Oh goodness.
So,
Emmy's given subs.
yeah, Emmy's giving a lot of subs right now.
Emmy's given subs and emotes are coming in hot. Hey, we're at 17 on our way to 50. Every time we hit 50, we give away a set of dice care of our sponsor.
Brewster's stream means that you'll show up more often on live chat you think you'll like.
Nice.
And you might show up more often on that main page with all the various sort of what do you call it? Like all the different channels for different things that people follow.
Nice. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Get us the views. Alright, I think I have everybody where they need to be. Well, hello. Let's see, what do we have going on tonight? We have Chris's 1,000 follower giveaway still going on. You hit it. You hit 1,000 followers. Help us do that. Somebody's going to get a legendary bundle on D&D Beyond. It's like an $800 value right there for you. So, go share the streams in all the world. Get people to watch. We got boosted today. Everybody contributed their channel points and boosted us so that we will show up at all times, everywhere, right on the Twitch page. I freaking hope. And then, yeah. Every month, like I said, we give away dice every time we hit 50 subscribers. We already gave away one set of dice for the month of December. Heading right out to Airthin, right there in chat. They're already on their way. You should be getting them soon. And we are at we're 17. We are 17 subscribers into the next 50. So when we get there, farboco.com will send you a set of dice as well. Go check out their website. They're awesome people who sell awesome things. All gamer related, primarily role-playing game related. We also have a contest going on our Discord server to draw our NPCs. Right now, the contest is to draw Sharp-Eyed. At the end of the month, at our last Nights After Dark of the month of December, we will be announcing who the winner is. We have a first, second, and third place slot. We have some neat prizes and gifts for those of you who participate. So go check it out on our Discord server. And some of you may not know this, but we do have a Patreon. Contributing to the Patreon is what helps us continue to run D&D here on this channel. It supports me, my family, and also this stream and what we do here, and you get access to things like early previews of the setting book that I'm planning on publishing. You get access to some of my notes from earlier sessions, and you also will get access to some of the content that I have as far as setting material that I'm working on that expands your understanding of Oregon and what's going on here. So if you are a part of it, it's pretty cool. And oh yeah, Bun, it was your birthday. Happy birthday, Bun.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, thank you guys.
You're welcome.
2 days ago, so it's not really.
I know. Did you have fun?
Flying here, but yeah.
Don't worry, I won't put the
I had
party
lots of
hats
fun,
on.
especially
I
with
don't
the
think they'll-
community. The community was really involved.
Sweet.
There was lots of fun things with drawings and stuff going around. For
Well,
those who are actually in the Discord, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah. If you're not, well, yes.
Yes.
We'll
TOS.
if you want to know, just become a part of the Discord channel and worm your way into our hearts, and you'll find out all of the god awful secrets that happen within our community. Most of which are just super supportiveness and lots of laughing. So yeah, come check us out.
The light here is also much more flattering for me.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, Bun looks like an absolute stud tonight. Like, just like, ah.
I don't know, like the camera is looking up to me and like I look a little bit more broad-shouldered.
Yeah,
like,
you got the shoulders. There's
But then
when you
when
you move the t-shirt, there's some peck showing. Oh God.
Oh. Wait, what?
I mean, I would love that.
Certainly do look older.
Adam, I'm loving the vest. Also, do you
And
have?
it was Adam's
yeah,
birthday
that's
too,
awesome.
right?
Yeah, it was Adam's birthday, the day before Bun's birthday. So double birthday
Wow,
week.
double birthdays.
How convenient.
Crazy.
Ironic.
That's amazing.
Isn't it? But yes.
Well, why don't we go ahead and get started? Introduce yourselves and your characters. Not that people don't know who you are by now, but let's go ahead and get that going.
Okay. Hello, people of the Twitch realm. I am Bun, and I play Archie, the estranged Arachnican, denizen of the Underdark, escaped into and refugee taking residence within Raven's Reach. I'm seeking the meaning of my own dreams and perhaps how to use my knowledge of the dreaming world to warn those of the waking world of the nightmares to come. Scarlet is not here, so I guess we'll go straight. Is it Maximilian?
Yeah.
Next.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Hello, I'm Johnny, and I play Maximilian, level 5 Oath of Treachery Paladin, and level 5 Divine Soul Sorcerer. He was once the spoiled and rich son of Geneva's Lord of Treasury, but now he has to find his own way in the world, and he hopes to do that through the Danse Macabre. And I said last week that it's about to happen, but Theo is about to tell us that the end of the world is coming in 36 days, something like that, which coincides with Maximilian's birthday, speaking of birthdays. So that'll be fun.
I think next is me. My name is Pat. I play Father John Anders. He is a Fighter 1 Arcana Cleric 9. I've already given so much. Tis but a pity I have only my life to give. John Anders is the recently integrated member of the Beacon Hill team of the Danse Macabre. Though he apprentices a blacksmith, John found a home in the Church of Thormodon after his parents' untimely deaths. With the loss of his family, his friends, and his parish, John seeks to see his flock reunited, to see their prayers answered, and to see justice brought to those who have sinned against them. Vulgar and vice-ridden, he is a good man who has found himself in an impossible situation. With Thormodon's tempering, Father Anders hopes to shepherd the wayward Danse Macabre in this hour of darkness. Theo.
Hi, I'm Adam, and I don't know how to tie a tie, so excuse me. I play Theo Boss, a level 10 wizard necromancer. With the death of Meridia, Theo fell into a pit of grief and sadness. The only thing left to console him was his love for knowledge, but his collection he found. A book not like any other. A book of necromancy. In that moment, Theo knew what he had to do. He started training in the magical arts, strengthening his mind and soul, and joined the Danse Macabre. Only now do the secrets of Enon Volkmar slowly reveal. The pieces are finally coming. Was I cutting out the entire time?
No, just that
Sometimes
last little
the
bit.
whispering is a little bit.
Alright, cool.
No,
You're
but
fine.
it was super sexy. I liked it.
Yes, very new, very fresh.
Now, if
No
only I
longer
knew how to
suave,
tie a
now
tie.
only- No, leave it undone. It looks perfect. It's perfect for Theo. I'm too focused and too depressed to do my tie.
Actually, that's the whole point of why I didn't tie it, to be honest. Theo's gonna be a little off the rails today.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, he did have the most strange discovery.
I'm the Mark Knight. I'm your dungeon master this evening. When we last left the dance, there were some important conversations which took place, primarily of which was Maximilian asking what would happen if Bia and Arthur died.
Super important.
But
Also,
also,
little entitled shit.
Guys, I forgot the question. I had this. I'm on a different computer. The questions I have for Thandra or for Requiem are on my other goddamn computer.
oh goodness,
Oh, no.
No!
the dance is
Surrender yourself.
I'll try and
bummed.
remember. I'll try and rewrite them.
Surrender yourself to madness.
Yeah. Who knows? I might not even make that save.
David asked in chat, Adam, if the reason Theo doesn't know how to tie a tie is because Meridia used to tie them for him.
No, this is because Adam doesn't know how to tie a tie, but that's very good. That would be that's very interesting. You know what? Maybe I'll make that part of his backstory. Thanks for the idea, sucker. No, I'm joking. Now it's part of me.
Here's this heart-wrenching thought. Let me just crack jokes with it.
Thank you, though. I actually might use that. That's a really good idea.
So when we last left off, there were important conversations with Bia. There were important conversations between John and Lark. There were important conversations with Maximilian and Ollie. There were things that were left hanging. The biggest of which is Theo's sudden revelation that he needs to meet with the members of the dance, because he discovered that on the autumn equinox, the next night of the full moon in the lunar cycle, the demon lords would come into their full power on the material plane. And so we pick up with Theo having gathered the rest of the dance at Tyminster Court.
No, Theo's at Beacon Hill.
Theo was at Beacon Hill, but he told everybody to meet him at Tyminster Court in an hour.
Okay.
Oh, we can come to you.
Yeah, we can come to you.
We can come to you.
It's already. You guys
Yeah,
are all in
if
one
we're-
place, so it'd be better if I can.
Already at Tyminster Court, yeah. I mean, he's going to want
I
to tell
mean,
you.
Oh, yes, so
I
that we
think-
can tell Lady Beatrice right away.
Yeah, where was Scarlet though? Because I think Archie was wanting Scarlet to look after him while he was going into this.
I don't think you were ready to do that yet. It was
Nope.
immediately
Yeah, not yet, yeah.
immediately after Scarlet and John's tea.
Lark and John, yeah.
Or Larkin, and immediately at the end of Lark and John's tea, you got the message from Theo to meet in Tyminster Court because he had found out this piece of information. So, like, it is everybody is still at Tyminster Court except for
Theo.
for Theo,
Who's on his way there.
who is on his way.
Can
there.
I kind of take control of the reins for a moment?
Of course you can. Yes.
There's going to be a few things that you guys may not like. Would it be all right if I have you all in one room?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
fine.
have to be
Like,
Lady
maybe in,
Beatrice's
like,
room.
the library or the
Again, you asked
the-
everybody to meet. You asked everyone to meet in an hour
Let's-
in
Veranda.
Tyminster
So let's say
Court.
like the dining hall. Let's say that our
That's fine.
usual meeting place is the dining. So everyone is waiting, sitting patiently at the dining hall, possibly conversing, laughing, and then they hear a door slam and footsteps coming closer and closer through the halls. As soon as Theo turns that next corner, and he's revealed. As soon as you see him, Theo's hair is disheveled. His clothes are ragged and possibly a little dirty. Eye is loose. Oh, but nothing even more scarier. The scars that are all over his body, the scars on his arms, the scars on his face, all glowing a green necrotic energy, as if the skin itself is literally folding off of him, to reveal just necrotic energy underneath. But he doesn't really aware of that. He's more concerned with what he has in his hand. To which Theo barges in, throws down a bunch of papers and the book, the old hag's journal, and says, "This is it. We don't have much time. The commune with the demon lords, open portals to the abyss, blood sacrifices, rituals, details, descriptions of how to make food out of people.
Theo, just can't one thing at a time.
We don't have time. We only have a month, 36 days. Zenezia, he's coming.
Oh, you said the word. You said the bad word. You said the Z word. Oh, Theo, you can't say the name. You gotta stop saying the name.
The old hag. She in her journal. I was researching and decoding it, and it's all of Oregon is in danger. Zenezia will reveal himself out of a portal in 36 days.
Herself.
Itself.
The priest just corrects him.
Actually,
not that bad. Family reunion. She comes every once in a while.
Well, that's not so
okay,
bad.
Theo.
It's just
Well,
one demon, right?
Demon Lord.
No, it's more than just her. It's tons of demon lords that are loyal to her. All over Orden, all these demon lords with full power, and they plan to take control and cause absolute chaos and madness.
Where did you get this from? You got this from the Hag's book, yes?
Yes.
The book, the same book that was wrought in human flesh.
Yes.
And would probably make you go mad if you read it.
Well, I mean,
okay. I'm going to
be
look at his. I'm gonna like it's like. I'm going to look at his eyes and just like check out his pupils and make sure that like he hasn't
the blacks of his pupils.
He hasn't accidentally been getting into Maximilian's stash.
I feel like his pupils would be full on dilated with fear. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, at least they're not like big. You know, like he's had something affecting him. You know how most pupils get like big when.
No,
they,
I don't. I don't think really.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Oh, okay. So, talk us through this. What were the? You are looking. Are you okay? You have. I'm gonna just start ritually casting Identify on him. As I'm like looking up and down at his scars. As the ninth eye appears on Archie's head. As like they pull back their hair and start like looking over the scars. Okay,
trick Archie?
Maybe, I don't know. Actually, yeah, what is the What it looks around? What's going on if I playing around him?
That's a good question. One which I will give you an answer.
Oh, good. And
Did you
like
say
most of
identify or
Archie's
detect
eyes have
magic?
been like
You cast identify.
identify. Yeah. Which will see if there's like a spell
Any
affecting him.
afflictions
Not like
or anything, yeah.
yeah.
I swear to you, there's nothing affecting me right now.
You look
I-
like there's something very much affecting you right now, Theodore. Have you looked at yourself?
I'm normal. This is normal. I always
You
look like
can't
this
see-
at 8 in the
you
morning,
can't see
8 at
this-
night.
You can't see the green scratch marks all across your body.
Green scratch marks.
Yes, green, like sickly green scratch marks.
Okay. Theo then actually, finally, looks at himself. Or at least, is there a mirror nearby?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, sure.
there's
yeah.
mirrors in Tyminster. They're all over Tyminster Court.
All right.
Anti-vampire.
What would there be one in the dining hall, or would there have
Probably
hallway?
right nearby.
Yeah.
Theo trots over to nearest mirror and looks into it. Scars on his face, even the scars on his arm have started to glow a sickly green.
Can
Oh.
I divine sense Theo?
That's true. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's probably way more quicker than identify.
Definitely
Put it in
new.
chat. Yeah. I just want to make sure that like maybe he's like possessed by something.
There's no. The only undead you sense is in. Is
Bony.
I don't know if Boney's here because Boney was at Beacon Hill,
Nah.
but the only undead you sense is in the ring.
Okay.
And otherwise, Archie, you're looking at Theo with the third eye, with the ninth eye.
Ninth eye. We just call it that eye. Yeah.
There is there's a faint aura of necromantic energy that has that has kind of attached itself to Theo in the ethereal plane. It doesn't seem like it's some kind of entity. It's just he has.
It's like siphoning energy from the ethereal.
No.
Sort of thing.
It is like
Okay.
he has been inured to certain effects of necrotic energy.
Yeah.
Like he is.
Yeah.
So he is so intimately familiar with it now from working with it that it is literally entwined with him in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
The strands of his fate are connected to the necrotic.
Yeah. I can. Archie's seemingly like just like brushing their claws upon the various like silver twinings into the ethereal plane. The silver strings that you have around you. It's like you are partially connected to the ethereal plane right now. You're on the border ethereal, Theo.
I don't feel ethereal. Do I look it?
You kind of do. You look almost dead.
What's anything new?
You probably are going to be much more to the the effects of things that come from the ethereal ghost, vampire, or other such things, necrotic related injuries. I think you're becoming more and more like the things that you read.
Are we sure it
I'm
isn't
worried
just
for
because
you.
he's old?
This isn't just because he's old and he's just going to die of old age.
Archie, I appreciate the concern, but
This is why we
I-
don't give Theo that second cup of coffee after lunch.
this is serious.
This is serious,
we
everyone.
only
This
have
is
a short
serious.
period of time. Like
You said 30 days, right? 36 days?
36
Did it
days, 1
say
month.
How? Did the hag say how they were gonna give Did it say she's gonna? She's already on this plane. So did it say that she's gonna come into her full power, or that she's gonna? Okay.
Perhaps that, yes,
Did
that
they
she may
say
come into her full
how,
power.
like a ritual?
I think
Yes.
she's just been here for long enough that it's going to happen.
It's
Coming
her,
between the
her
two
power.
planes weakens the soul.
What was that one more time?
Coming
Coming
between
between two planes.
coming between the two planes weakens the soul. It when you have a being as powerful as this, they are sometimes not as strong when they first arrive.
Yeah. Considering the collective passive knowledge skills of this group in this room right now, you are aware that if these demon lords were brought forth from the abyss into the material plane, they may have needed time to
Corporeate.
yes. And not only that, but Theo, having thoroughly studied the werewolves and the werewolf lore, would know that this autumn equinox is also, as I said, the next set of full moons. Tonight, or tomorrow night, will be the second of the full moons in this lunar cycle, but by the time the autumn equinox rolls around, it will be the first full moon in the next lunar cycle on the same night as the autumn equinox. And regardless of if that's a part of some mystical or ritual or not, that lining up of those things could directly have an impact on their right.
Yes.
So we gotta destroy the moon.
Theo, here's a question. How many
I love that so much.
Theo, how many full moons has there been since they arrived?
That's a good question. Mark, how many?
I suspect
We don't know when
there-
they were summoned, do we?
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
I
Could have been
suspect
forever.
I suspect that it's probably 8.
8 what? Days? Years?
8 full moons.
8 full moons.
You have seen 8 fires, have you not?
I've seen.
All I know is that in her journal, the
Did she
autumn
say
equinox.
Okay.
Sorry, go
Did
ahead.
she say what she was gonna do next? Like, what was she gonna do in preparation for it?
She wanted the codex from and by being in Volkmar. Wanted the powers that
How
were
is
contained in
that-
the books and the codex pages.
Was that supposed to help her or help Z?
Well,
Her.
it was, from what I understand, she wanted the power, but Zenezia wanted to give. And John, pardon my words. Nathaniel Brown.
You said it right. What's the problem?
Well, not Adams. Wrong. Zenezia intended to give the codex to Daniel Brown, but the old hag did not like that.
Perhaps.
The book, Archie. The book
Yes.
that the Duke held. In the vision. What did it look like?
I don't remember the book. The Duke holding a book.
Out of character. Whenever you started fucking around in Lumiere's mind,
Oh,
You
right,
saw him holding
Yeah,
a book.
yeah.
What did the book look like? Did it look like some sort of fucking demon summoning book?
Oh,
Or did
yeah,
it look?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty ornate looking. I think it even had like, I think you mentioned
The,
chains
it
around
had
it.
chains on it and had the symbol of Zenezia etched into the cover.
Yeah, you said it was a familiar looking name or symbol. Yeah. Yes, it was. It was that. It was the book of. It was the Codex Mortem. Or it was a book of some sort of demon ritual.
So again,
Zenesia's
out of character,
symbol.
is it Zenezia's book or is it the Codex Mortem?
Zenesia's book. I don't think the Codex Mortem has Zenesia's symbol on it.
I
No.
don't think it
No.
does either.
Yeah.
Out of
So
character,
I think you
I don't know if you all have
Seen.
heard of them or seen them, but it is. Maybe you have, John. Give me a religion roll.
Is anybody going to help me with this, or is it just straight?
Depends on what is this
Oh,
you're rolling for?
yeah,
It's religion.
I don't have
Knowledge.
proficiency.
It's a knowledge
Theo
roll.
can do it. Theo can do it. Theo can help with the roll.
Is Theo
'Cause,
trained in religion?
I'm not proficient with it, but I mean,
Yes, you have to be
Then-
proficient with it
Oh, I
with
have
it
to
to
be-
give him.
okay.
Well,
the
it's
help action.
then it's a 9 because I can't roll above a fucking 4.
Oh, damn.
That's
I've rolled it as a heads up. In the last 2 games, I haven't rolled above a 4, like pretty much all night.
Really?
Yes.
But anyways, what I was saying was I am proficient with history though.
No, this would be this is like
More okay.
Very
this is
religious.
like obscure religious knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It's like straight up obscure knowledge. So that's
like
fine.
fable
well,
and
here's another thing
prophecy and
is-
that sort of thing.
is Father Abel here to assist me with this? Because Father Abel may know as well.
Not yet. You guys have not asked Father Abel to hallow yet. This is literally the
That's
same.
fine.
Picking up like,
Again, I didn't know if he was at Tyminster Court.
No, I had
Still.
said last time that he had gone back to the back to the church to rest. After
So
the
your
incident.
answer is
Removing curse on people.
so the answer is I don't know.
Yes,
I
you
guess.
don't know. It is not information you are aware of, so I'm just going to skip
Yes.
it. It's not. I will also say it is not information that's necessarily plot shattering to not know. So
Well, you certainly have to.
would Luna have mentioned Shepard's journal to John? I don't know. I can't suppose who would have had what conversations when all
Yeah.
of you were together. That's the unfortunate thing.
If it didn't happen, it didn't happen.
Well, it's because no, never
Part
mind.
there are reasons for
But
that.
it didn't
Like
might not have happened.
that it
That's
may
what
not have
Mark's,
happened.
That's why Mark's like, I can't assume what conversations you might have had.
Yeah, because the problem is that we had to cut the session, the role-playing part of that session short because the combat took 5 hours. And,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, we could have
there's only
had
so much we
20
could do.
hours of just interacting with the
There
other
could have been. They were there for
Yeah.
an entire day, right? So,
Yes.
um,
So,
so yeah. Archie has, Theo has revealed this information. You are now aware that you are on a clock. Well, that at least dealing with the Demon Lord is on a clock. But you also know that you have allies who are in the process of trying to figure out a ritual to get rid of them.
So Luna told us that she had a vision when she touched Lady Beatrice. What is her domain? Not Luna, Z.
Desecration. This conversation had been gone over at the time as well.
Right. Perhaps.
Does she derive her power from desecration, or does she cause desecration?
Yes.
I'm asking.
Yes.
Wait, which one? The first one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Because I think we should start checking churches.
Well,
She's
Saw
already
what's-
in town.
You've seen
There
what's
was
been
one.
defined.
I know
And,
that when there's sorry.
and in the reports that I read, the church in Beacon Hill was attacked as well. Yes?
Yeah, that was a chapel for Vidian.
And there
Both
was
that
another.
church and the one that we first went to, that
Yeah, the
we
temple
lost
to Orad,
Kirk in.
the old one.
That one had the same symbol inside of it.
I think if we find who is desecrating these high places, it will lead us down a path that could serve us well.
Do you think the Duke is doing it himself?
I
He
thought so
has
too.
that book
He has
with
the book.
chains.
Lark.
And he has the lighthouse, which has the main name.
I feel that Lark would have been present for this conversation, even though Scarlett's
Yeah.
not here.
Yes.
And she would probably mention that they had traced back the ownership of who had bought the old church of Oridon when the temple had sold it, and it had been Lady Alina Norlov.
Yeah,
who
yeah,
had
I remember
purchased that temple, and then that led them to find out that Alina Norlov, her husband had died under mysterious circumstances, and then within a month of that, she was found dead, or within a month of that, there were reports that she had committed suicide, and her home had laid closed off to the public ever since then. And then when the Dolkas bought Norlov Manor, and that's when the team here found that the church there was desecrated in the same way as the Temple of Orad.
So she must have had a deal going on with the Duke in exchange for the vampiric curse, and for vampirism, she would buy the church and allow it and permit the inscription of desecration and such.
Or she could have been doing it herself. She was stealing children away. She could have been the one doing the desecration with the... She was the one killing children. And what was the killing children for? Was
ritual sacrifices?
With the hag. With the hag, it was a gate. It was a gate sort of thing.
Yes, the hag was a gate.
Similar to,
but I think he is asking. I think out of character. I think Matt or Johnny is asking you.
Me, both, but
yeah,
we were all there.
I wasn't though. I think he's asking you about the first time you had kids go missing. What were they for?
Yeah.
What were they for? Did we ever figure that out?
Yeah, I did. No. Children have, it was used to summon the pit.
Right. Oh, right, yeah.
Sacrifice to summon the pit. So I had to research
What's the pit?
rituals.
Like just the hell?
The pit is the abyss, not the hells.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, not the hells, yeah. So it's a portal to create some sort of summoning to the pit. Isn't that the same thing, kind of like as the one that the hag would?
It's similar enough.
Yeah. So I was, So
perhaps it would be wise to do a more widespread search for missing children.
Yes.
And check the churches.
I was actually going to ask Requiem as to where Lady Norlov. And if there was any other questions we could ask.
I'm sorry, you're just gonna call on a demigod for what?
I'm sorry, yeah, that I should have perhaps not said it so nonchalantly. I have dreamt of after that dream with Requiem. I think I figured out a way to replicate that into a spell, and I can maybe contact a demigod or some other relatively powerful individual to answer 5 questions for us. Only 5. And if it goes wrong, I will physically and mentally insane for the better part of 8 hours.
I will assist you with this.
I appreciate that. But
There
what questions should we ask? I
Oh
have
yeah.
a few in my
What are your
mind.
questions?
My
Where's
first-
Elena Norlov?
Where's
No,
Lena Norlov? No?
no. They need to be single word answers, right?
Oh yeah. What is it?
That's true.
It's only they only give a phrase
Single word.
if a single word answer would not suffice to answer the question. And
Yeah.
it's only a phrase. It's not necessarily like a detailed explanation.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like
I mean,
beneath
still,
or something.
Asking where Elena Norlov is she can just Requiem can just say Ravenreach.
Yes.
She could also just say below. That won't tell you anything.
Yeah.
Yikes. Well, that's helpful though, knowing that she's not in Ravenreach, because we need to find her.
Perhaps a better question may be: are the disappearing children being? Ask about the children.
Well, what about where are they being taken?
What are they being used for? Perhaps.
We kind of know that
Oh.
they're being sacrifices for the portals to be opened.
Can we ask where the next desecration will be?
That may be clever.
I don't know how much foresight Requiem will have, but it could be a good idea.
If Requiem is connected with death and death is connected
Yes,
with
yeah,
these
exactly, yes.
rituals,
They do not
they
die.
might know.
They do
Oh,
not
they
die.
don't die.
Well, undeath
die,
is still very
but
prevalent to Thundra
their souls
and
do not-
Requiem.
Okay, out of character, this is something John has explained to the party already. So just to clarify, they're being sacrificed and their souls are being turned into shadows. They are being turned into demonic
Yeah.
entities. So they're not undead and they're not transferring to the afterlife. They are just,
Yeah,
they're,
and I
you know what I mean?
They're being
Yeah, and I
twisted.
feel like Requiem would know if like a soul is withheld from being like transported
Withheld
to the
from
next.
being. Gotcha. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So
Where's the
where
next
is
desecration?
where is the? Well, that's a bit broad of a term.
Yeah. The answer
Where
could
is
be
the Duke or Elena Norlov's next planned desecration? We could be more specific about who's doing it.
Perhaps the whereabouts is a sigil. Are they all the same sigil?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so
we've always been.
I don't know what we can call this sigil, but as an Ezia sigil.
Where will Zenesia's sigil next appear?
Yeah. Okay.
It's always been well, in the past, I don't know if this is a requirement, but whenever it's appeared, it's always in a book. The first time it was in Orad's book, and the second time it's video.
Yes.
Maybe it just has to be holy artifacts.
Fuck. John
What?
bolts from the room.
Oh.
Oh no.
The fuck?
I guess we're I'm following.
I'm following.
John bolts to the room where he had prepared tea with Lark and begins meticulously checking the anvil
Yeah, I think that was something we should check.
to see if there is any sort of markings, sigils, anything that was there previously.
You already used it.
John,
Yes.
give me an investigation check.
This is not something that I'm good at.
Can I help by
I will help John
casting-
because I have I have investigation. I have investigation.
I will give Archie guidance and let Archie
Oh, okay.
investigate this. And
Okay,
if Maximilian wishes to help him, that is fine.
Yeah, I will help Archie by
You do not want
using
the priest
divine
do you have
doing
sense.
this.
You have proficiency with investigation. That's the only way you can.
I do
Kind
not,
of.
but I have
I'm
guidance.
using divine sense to help out.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So-
Theo did
I
not
guess
follow. He's gonna stay in the dining hall, just kind of like
yeah,
looking at the
I'll see.
pages.
Yeah, Archie will just like keep that ninth eye up and start like very carefully, meticulously. And if you need to, I have a hunch. I'm gonna be like, John, you might need to upturn it. And I'm going to do this. I just need to make sure I'm in Foundry. This is going to be crushing on my PC. Okay. Only.
You have a D4 to add.
Yeah. I don't know how I can activate guidance.
It's a pain in the ass. Just roll the D4 after.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Oh shit. Chrome's not responding.
Okay, so
No, give me a bit.
just
Oh,
roll it.
here we go.
Just roll it in Avry if you have to. Avry, use the bot channel.
What's your passive?
Yeah.
My passive is 18.
Oh, okay. So we'll just add. We'll just
Yeah.
add a. We'll
Add
just
two.
add the average. Yeah, 2. So that's a 20.
20.
That's fine. So this anvil of Thormodin is not. It is a magic item. Okay.
Yes.
It is an artifact, a relic, I should say. It's not an artifact. It's a relic.
Yes.
It is covered with.
There you go.
It has holy symbols of Thormodin, like
Yes.
and like craft. There is fine craftsmanship to this
Okay.
item. It is covered in holy symbols of Thormodin, like celestial sigils, artwork honoring Thormodin's craftsmanship, all on this anvil. It is not just like a simple flat piece of metal.
Right.
First of all, Archie, as you are carefully examining this with your sight and your normal perceptive talents, both magical and mundane, going over it, the first thing that you think is there's no way this thing has been in a fire, because there is no sign of burnishing or anything like that. Like, there's no discoloration to the metal. There's nothing that would indicate that this thing had been in any kind of serious situation that would have resulted in obvious disrepair to it. As you are examining it, you notice, however, in one of the grooves in its carvings, the tiniest bit of dried blood, similar to where the markings of desecration would have been on other things. But as Maximilian uses his divine sense, there is no sense of unhallow upon the anvil. And again, with the collective knowledge that you have, the only thought is that, considering that Thormodin is the god of the forge, perhaps the fire undid the desecration that occurred. The cleansing fire may have burned away what was placed upon this anvil to taint it.
How long was the fire ago?
John?
3, like 8.5. Be about 8.5 weeks, I think, because
Okay.
it was John joined the dance, and then they burned the church down.
Who burned the
Who's
church down?
they?
He doesn't know.
Oh, you don't know who burned your church down. Oh,
I don't know how long the Horned Order has been in this city, but I don't know if I'd be responsible for that. I'm not too sure.
I should probably keep a close eye on this. I'll bring it with me.
Yes, definitely. You've
Uh,
have you used it?
Yes.
Well, let's just say that it is not incredibly cursed.
Max, leave. I need to talk to Archie for just a second.
Okay.
Oh,
I did
fuck.
have a question before I left. I did have a
Yes.
question before I left. You've mentioned a father. I forget what's his name.
Abel?
No,
No, no.
the
No.
one
The
who
other,
raised,
the other priest of Thormodin.
the one
Was
who
he there
raised
in the
John.
fire?
I haven't seen him since then.
Oh. Hopefully, maybe
Do you want
he
me
knows.
to contact him?
Yeah, maybe he knows who started a fire.
Out of character, I haven't discussed this with Mark. I would presume John have tried to cast sending at some point to him. We have not determined whether John has got an answer for that. So
Oh.
he may be somewhere where he can't receive a sending, or he may be dead. Like, I don't know. But John has
Yes.
been unable to contact him to thus far. Basically.
Yes, which is why
Okay.
Requiem's still definitely a good idea, but now we might have someone else we could try and contact.
Okay. I'll check on Theo. And
Thank
Mark.
Okay, thank you. Keep a good eye on him.
Archie, you told me a story earlier.
Yes, yeah.
I will, for brevity's sake, I will recount the story that I told Lark to Archie.
Right. So,
The story of Thormodin creating the dragons to guard his treasures.
By dividing his soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
what have you done? What have you done?
You can see John shuts his eyes, and screaming through the door comes Piosa and a store.
What am I looking at here?
You were looking at a silvery metaled,
You are
metal
looking
scaled.
at a platinum pseudodragon, who is with violet-colored eyes.
John. I don't understand why. And I don't understand how. But I do
It's
know
not
that.
supposed to work this way.
What do you mean?
Masters of the Arcane, yes, they have limits placed upon that power.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Maximilian, he serves the gods. He has
Right.
limits placed upon his power. So do the ordained. This is not supposed to be possible. However, I used very old magic to do it.
He used the magic of stories. Archie. The story that he just told you.
Don't know what. For once in Archie's life, they are visibly upset. Sorry, if once that you've seen Archie, they're visibly furious at you. You took the story as of the reason that my mother has inflicted such
No, Archie.
creation to
You told me
and you dabbled with ancient magics you have no fathom of.
No, I was
Just
pretty
because
sure.
I mentioned a story.
No, Archie. You told me that stories could be real.
It doesn't mean that they should.
And a store will kind of like see Mother, because you have Mother with you, don't you?
Yes.
And she kind of like hides behind a table, and she's like peeking up over it, and you can see she's like looking at Mother, and she is projecting from, oh my god, a bug. It's so cute.
Mother just puts a pedipalp to Archie's face, reassuringly, and it's just like, I'm sorry.
Archie,
Yes.
you should not be angry.
I'm
I know
just
you are.
conflicted. I'm just conflicted. There's just a lot of information assaulting me at this moment.
It is old magic from when man was alone.
I am both proud and happy that you were able to make good use of old magic. But the way it could have interacted with a relic of Thormodon, despite being a god of creation, I'm just...
You can see
We
that
should
like
be careful.
a store is getting like creeping closer and closer to you and Mother as you're like talking to John. Are you
John,
wearing your
just-
mask? Are you
John-
wearing your mask right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
Yeah.
John,
so
as-
she's like putting two and together. She's like, you can see like the idle thoughts kind of coming out. Like, wait, that's a bug. Can bugs be people?
Bug.
Like, oh my
John,
god, this thing is so cute. Like, it's a contrast between the conversation that Archie and John are having and what a store is
Yeah.
like. Oh my god, a cute bug and a cute bug person.
But John, as you're having this conversation while the store is off playing,
Yes.
almost naively,
Yes.
it is, you come to the realization that the thing, and maybe you knew this, but it's driven home that the use of magic at that primordial of a level could have either created what you created, or it had the potential to go horribly wrong.
Especially considering that the Mark of Zenezia was just upon that anvil not but 8 weeks ago.
Guess
You didn't know, and that's not... You
No.
didn't know it was on it, but... It's just... Not even I've dabbled with that primordial of spells.
perhaps it was fate then.
It sounds a lot like stupidity, honestly. And lack of knowledge. I've studied this kind of magic for a long time, and even I am not... It's not about bravery or cowardice. It's about whether it is our if it's our right to use.
The
Thormodon created that tale. It is his tale. Whether he wants to share that tale is up to him.
He granted me the power to do so.
I'm thankful.
Yeah, that's the thing, Archie, is that it is Thormodon's tale, and a priest of Thormodon was able to utilize that magic to create something.
Yeah.
Like, you're not wrong, but neither is John.
Yeah,
The
this
warnings-
is why Archie's so conflicting. He's like incredibly impressed and amazed, also furious and like confounded.
In the meantime, Maximilian, you come back down. You're headed back down to Theo, who is looking through the pages of the Hag's journal.
And Lark.
More so at this point, he kind of like just so physically and mentally exhausted. He's looking at his arms, his scarred and arms with the glowing, and he's looking at all the papers and journal, looking down in like a first-person perspective, and it's just what is going on. It feels like he's losing his mind almost, despite the fact that he saved on that last roll.
As you're having this moment of crisis, you hear a lilting voice and say, "Have any of you seen Master?" And Angelica turns the corner and sees you and stops in her tracks, seeing the glowing scars all across your arms. Theo?
I start to pull up my sleeves and cover my face. What is it, Angelica?
What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing is going on. There's nothing wrong.
It's at this moment that Maximilian, you and Lark re-enter the room, and Angelica's face has gone more pale than it normally is, seeing the scars on Theo glowing. Is that because of...
I have much work to do. I must decode this journal more. And he starts to quickly try to gather up the papers that he put on the table and the journal, and sometimes they scatter as he's grabbing them. Very point that they even fall off the table, but he doesn't mind those papers. He literally just grabs a handful of them, just starts to walk away. He almost seems ashamed and even frightened of have Angelica see him like this.
She's kind of like this, with her hand kind of over her mouth lightly, like not sure how to react, and she's just looking back and forth from like pleadingly from Lark and Maximilian back to you, like not even sure what to make of your behavior or the scars.
This is why I don't use necromancy. Like, it would be horrible for my skin. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being looking like that at your age, Angelica? My God.
Lark
Or
just
my
gives,
gods.
Lark just gives Maximilian a look and goes over to Angelica and says, "Come, Angelica, we should get the other trainees ready. There's a lot to do in the morning." And she just kind of like nods absent-mindedly, like kind of still like looking in Theo's direction, shocked, and just follows Lark out of the room.
Before they get a chance to leave, I'll get one more quip in at Angelica. Have you ever seen a good-looking necromancer?
I thought I had once.
Don't do it, Mark. Don't ship it.
Since day one, Theo. Since day one.
No. I really wanted to make a Matrix joke earlier on when John was like, the ancient magics. I created this, and I was like, he's beginning to believe.
Dio also said he had shipped this since day one. I didn't even see that.
Adam, I am Mr. Anderson. You didn't get the fucking Matrix reference when I made the character?
Yeah.
No.
He's John Anders, which makes him
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders' son.
Mr. Anderson. Surprised to see you.
Jesus.
Do you know Kung Fu? Whoa.
No?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Theo, you gather your papers and head out. Maximilian, you are standing there with him while you're gathering your papers up. As you said, afraid and maybe a little ashamed.
Well, at this point, I'm hastily going down the hallways. Papers some papers falling out of my hands because I'm not really clenching it properly. I'm just kind of grabbed up onto them, and so there's kind of almost a trail of them as I quickly get out of the Prime Minister Court and head back to Beacon Hill.
Okay.
Before Theo can get away, I'll stop him for a second. Look, before you go anywhere, if you ever tell anybody, I will not admit to this, but sometimes I need a little pick-me-up, a little touch-up. We all do it sometimes, and I'm gonna cast Disguise Self on Theo, so that the necrotic energy doesn't appear visible.
Someone else? What are you tripping?
No. It's just Theo without the necrotic energy, using Disguise Self. So Theo
you're
looks
disguising
more
yourself
human.
as.
Thank you, Maximilian.
Can you cast Disguise Self on someone else?
I don't think
you can't.
I don't
Okay,
think
That's what
I think
it's
it's just
self
turn
only.
itself.
Dang it.
Okay.
Ah,
So
okay. Well,
so
I
Maximilian
would've
casts Disguise Self, but he looks like Theo, regular Theo. This is what you originally looked like, and it'd be like
tried.
very Phantom of the Opera-esque, or Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
I'll give
Theo's
him a
gonna
sweater.
march back into Beacon Hill, pushing through the door with his arms full of papers that are flying everywhere, and he's just gonna hear the music of the organ as Boney is playing upstairs.
Yes, and I
that
told
was
him that was Phantom of the Opera.
that was the last order he had given to him.
Question.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, give it a rest, Pony.
Does a total of 27 change Archie to give Archie any additional information about the anvil?
No, I think I revealed everything there was to reveal about the anvil.
Okay. That's fair.
I mean, the anvil's not unhallowed. It is. I guess he could tell that it. He could tell you what I have told you the power of the anvil is, right?
You should tell Archie that.
Okay. The anvil is any metal at all can be worked on this anvil, regardless of the forge that is being used. This anvil bestows the power upon the smith to work any metal. That includes things that would need a specialized
Like adamantine,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Also, once per dawn, they can cast. Was it fabricate? Fabricate.
Yeah, fabricate sounds like it.
Through the anvil, on the material they are working with. Once per dawn.
Cool.
Hey, Bun, tell Edgar to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Magpies, man. It's magpie season. What do you want me to do?
Go out into the open, try to challenge one.
You need to plate of scrambled eggs right in front of the window just to show them what you're capable of.
The power of being human.
So, thanks for the adamantine there, Kim. I'm gonna put it to good use.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Hope you like
So
adamantine.
Shit. John knows that, but technically, Archie, you're exploration of the anvil, you would be able to tell John what it can do, because he may not have known.
Oh, yes. We'll get to that once we
Yeah.
deal.
Theo returns to Beacon Hill, leaving Max alone in the dining room. Lark has taken Angelica out of the situation, who is clearly surprised, taken off guard by Theo's appearance. And John and Archie stand in this parlor, looking down at this anvil, discussing the wisdom of tapping into the much deeper magics of the world, the things from which the weave was created. And I know it's a little early, but I'm going to ask if we could take a break here so that I can get some water, use the bathroom.
Well,
Okay.
Good.
yeah, let's ask the chat. What would you ask Requiem if you were in our shoes?
Yeah,
Give him something to do.
I'll actually put a
Eat
poll
in
up.
Volkmar!
I can put a poll up so that they can
Yeah.
as well.
They can
So-
say like one-word answers. Oh, I mean, like, sorry, they can say phrases and a.
Oh, I guess not. But they can answer
Just do it
in
quick.
chat what
Yeah.
they would do. But I'm also going to put up a new poll that they can
Yeah.
vote
And
on.
Requiem, what does the fox say?
No. I was thinking about asking if okay, so if Elena Norlov has spoken to them, if
To
she's
who?
and if she the matron.
we are back. Theo, you're back at Beacon Hill for a little while. You've gotten your papers in order. You've gotten yourself somewhat under control. Perhaps you are examining yourself in the mirror. I don't know. You can tell me.
Yes.
When there is a knock upon the door of Beacon Hill.
Theo, assuming that he went to the library, and I don't know if there's a mirror in the library, but okay. But yeah, he goes to the window to see who is knocking.
It is Angelica.
Theo runs quickly to try to find something to hide his face or anything. But quickly, obviously, cannot find anything except for like one of Archie's old masks. But he doesn't put it on.
Yeah, you're wearing like, well, Archie, what masks would you have left around at Beacon Hill?
This was during
muted.
your.
Bun, you're muted.
Bud.
I got a 3-hole eye hold one.
Okay.
That's just a pale white face, and then I got a veil, and I got like a few other things. The most head covering sort of thing I would have would be the depends on what you want. What do you want to do?
Maybe I'll go with the 3 eye hole one. I don't know.
Oh, Archie. Oh, wait a minute.
Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, you can take it.
Alright, cool.
It's in Susan's room.
Alright, so yeah, Theo stumbles around trying to find something to cover his face, and he goes into Susan's old room and finds one of Archie's masks and puts it on quickly, then heads to the door, and making sure that all his sleeves are covering his arms and such. And he opens the door slightly to see Angelica at the door. Hello, Angelica. Hi.
Hello, Master Theo. I need to talk to you.
I'm quite busy right now with the journal and the research and.
It's important.
Oh, all right. You're going to have to make it quickly then. And he opens the door just a little bit to let her in.
She comes in and sits down in the same chair in the foyer that she had sat down in the very first day that she had come to Beacon Hill. And she's looking down at her feet. Do you remember when I first came to see you?
Yes. It was a very memorable moment.
Do you remember what I lied to you that day? And now that I've learned the things that I've learned and seen what I've seen and seen who you are, I need to tell you where I actually got your book. She gave it to me. I was in that graveyard and curious.
Meridio wasn't buried in a graveyard.
I know.
Okay.
I was in that graveyard. I'd always been curious about magic like that and death. And it was getting late. I thought I should be heading home, and I turned to run back. And the sun had gone mostly down. And I bumped directly into someone in a cloak. She was there, and I didn't know what to do. She asked me if I liked it there, in the graveyard at night, and I said yes. She said that I could learn more from the book that she held out to me, and it was your first spell book. She told me to give it to you, and that you would know who it was from. That she was waiting for you at the library. But the more I studied it, and then meeting you, I didn't want you to go back to her, so I didn't tell you. She said she was your wife, and I didn't believe her. But I think she may have been.
Theo grows even more pale and slowly starts to back up towards the door at that which Angelica came through.
She uses
That's-
minor illusion to create a small version of the woman who had given her the book. And though she's paler and darker of eye, it is Meridia.
Up. Stop. Not show her in front of me.
I'm sorry.
Leave.
She dismisses it.
Leave here right now.
That's the thing. She is. There's tears streaming down her
Meridia.
face.
Meridia's been dead for 20 years. She is not alive.
Tears are streaming down her face, and she's getting up and clamoring for the door. And you say that, and as right before she like stops in the doorway, her head down, and she just kind of turns her head slightly over her shoulder, and says, "I don't think she is." And she closes the door behind her as she walks out.
Theo goes up to the side of the door and slumps down. Carefully just takes the mask off, and he's tearing up and everything. Just he's just kind of losing it. There's no words, just tons and tons of sorrow, grief. She can't be alive.
You think back and that graveyard that Angelica had taken you to was right by the old library.
Theo then slowly gets up and heads back to his room to go and grab the rings. After going into his room and shutting the door, going into the stand stand with that he opens up to find the ring,
Mm-hmm.
grabs them with both, and just kind of like to his head and just, I'm sorry. Is this what are you trying to tell me something, Meridia? What are you trying to tell me? Says out loud. Alright, can we cut to someone else? Because I don't know what
Yeah. That was fine. John, after you and Archie have talked, or Maximilian, after everything that's happened at Tyminster Court, do you head back to Beacon Hill? What are your next steps this evening?
Wherever Archie wants to cast the questions for Requiem.
There are things I need to handle at Tyminster Court. I believe you said my brother was looking for me.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think I should do with him?
Sorry, what was that?
I was debating what to say. What do you think I should do with him, Max?
Talk to him about Thormodin.
Am I here for this conversation or no?
I mean, he didn't kick me out of the room right away when I talked to him about the gods.
What do you think, Archie?
If I've gone through some kind of change, I can only assume that it's something to do with how much he studied necromancy and the things that he's had to read.
My brother.
Oh, your brother. My
Yeah.
apologies. I was away. My mind was away for a second.
You're good.
He's been, from what it seems like, he's been a stranger to most things in his life. I feel like I can relate to a lot of what he's experienced. Except he's wanted the power where it has come to me so easily. And with such a void like that. It's
I would very much like you to meet him, Machi.
I, I mean, if you would give me the chance, I can maybe have.
I think you should come with me.
Okay. Just
And what if?
remember not to talk down to him.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I love the guy. He's
Mm.
he's all I got left.
Yeah. It must be very hard. I don't know what it's like to have a brother, let alone a sibling. So I don't know what you're experiencing right now. But I know that
I want the best
I've
for him.
been in his position before. I've been in his position before, so I can.
Perhaps a more pressing question.
Yes.
John, like a kind of a light comes on over John's head. Like it's very clear he thought of something. How did you meet Lady Beatrice?
That's a good question.
Well, Archie, how did you meet Lady Beatrice?
Yeah. I was actually. I was doing a commission for her. I was pretty much living in the dingiest place you could find. I had very little to my name, and yet she saw something in me that no one else did, or no one else could see, I guess. And I think she was just curious and amused by me. And I don't know if divination wizards can just sense each other, just see that spark of potential within each other, to see the potential in each other. She saw potential in me.
Well, you yourself said you could see the threads around Theodore. Perhaps they can see all talent.
Maybe.
We
Beatrice
can.
was quite a mysterious woman, but apparently
Maybe
she
she still
confided in me. Then she still is, yeah. But I learned to trust her over much advice and much charity that she gave me that no one else really had before.
What about Theo?
Theo?
I can't
Before
help.
the dance. What do you mean?
I can't help but think to our previous conversation.
How do we help him, or how did I meet him?
No. He has, I believe, began to accept his bargain. The question he was afraid to ask me. Max, what do you think?
Of Theo?
Yes.
I think we'll be around to help him out if he needs our help.
We just need to make sure we stay close.
Yeah.
Are you both willing to give your lives to help him?
I mean, not my life, but like
I
a
slap him
fair
around the
amount.
head. I thought
Maybe
you
an
worshipped the god of
hour,
sacrifice.
maybe.
I thought you worshipped the god of sacrifice and that keychain you have there.
After all the things Theo has done for you.
I think
He's gonna need more help than I think.
I don't know. I can't persuade him to any path that isn't his own.
I
But
know.
I can show him.
The world.
I can show him. Hopefully, some foresight. Maybe show him a dream that I saw.
Don't fuck with his head.
I won't fuck with his head.
It'll only make it worse. I trust you.
I know all too well not to fuck. Especially since that's what. Mind.
You have a dream to take care of, Archie.
Right. Yes. Well, John, we got some questions to ask.
I understand. I will assist you.
Yeah.
Your dreams, will they progress like the one we attempted on my brother?
No, this is far more intense. This is a dream beyond our veil. I have to breach the veil of reality itself and dream with something else.
Okay. Prepare for it. At Beacon Hill. I will be there shortly. Well, unless you want to come meet my brother.
I think I want to come meet your brother.
Max.
I'll come along. She knows me.
Then we should have Theo with us at all times.
Perhaps
He's-
you should go.
I'll check on Theo.
Yes. I haven't seen where Angelica is.
She's with Locke.
Okay. I don't know if I wanted to see if she's. I don't know if it's going to be good for Theo for her to see him in that state. She'll probably be either worried for him or curious about the nature of it, and neither of which will be healthy for the teacher-student relationship.
I believe that Angelica is more of Locke's student at this point. Well, yes, really. I believe she has.
As much as I believe that, I think she is the tether that Theo needs right now to this world.
I hope so. He needs somebody to keep him.
We all need our tether. And that silver cord I saw, I didn't see it attached to any. Not directly. And that scares me.
Oh. What does that mean?
It's the bond. It's the bond we have. You have several bonds. Right now I can see them. Maximilian has far too many bonds, and most loop around somehow to himself. I don't know how that is theoretically possible, but it is. And it's kind of created this
Cape.
suture armor, this cape of suture armor almost that protects him. And it is confounding. Theo is adrift. And someone needs to catch him. He needs to catch himself, more importantly. And I don't know how to show him that.
Maybe we should just try to be his friends. Like, real friends.
It's hard. He keeps trying to pull age on me. But no, I've tried. And I will continue to try.
Aren't you like 3 times his age?
I'm 3 times his age. But He's a funny man. We should go see Aurora. You should check Theo.
I need to bump into Lumiere as well. We'll see.
Goodness, he got so many tasks. for
Excuse
tonight.
me, bump into
Nice, Maximilian.
Tell your dad I said hi. I mean, Lark's dad, I said hi.
Max,
What is with everyone this week? Everyone's been so strange.
Everyone's got daddy issues.
Okay. So,
Mhm.
Maximilian is going to head back to Beacon Hill to check on Theo.
Western Court. It's gonna eventually come. I'm eventually gonna own it, and when I inherit it, it will become Western Court.
That hasn't come up in so long. Maximilian's going to go back to check on Theo and rehang his portrait in the front foyer.
I'm actually gonna hang it, like, you know how the foyer has a second floor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put it on that so that when you look up at the chandelier, you'll also see beyond it my 6-foot portrait.
John will tell Max before he leaves. For the love of all the gods, please be gentle. His fate may lay in your hands.
I'm always gentle.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
I've had enough. I just can't take it anymore. I don't know whether to shoot myself or go bowling.
You go to Ollie with Archie?
Go to Max first.
Okay.
Do Max and Theo first.
Okay.
Okay.
Theo.
As I wave goodbye, my parting words are, yeah, maybe introduce him to Lord Arthur. If he has structure right now, he won't feel so lost. And then I'll leave them with that parting words or whatever.
Maximilian would know about that.
I mean, maybe it'll work.
I mean, it's been working for you, Max.
Yeah.
Max, I'm always gentle. Several weeks earlier, Max is smothering a man to death with a pillow.
Killing him softly with this song.
Before Maximilian makes it to Weston Court,
Literal audible groan, just like
can I say, can I do a little thing?
Yeah.
Before
Absolutely.
Maximilian gets to Weston Court, Theo gets puts on Theo puts on a robe, cloak, a hooded cloak, and with the rings that he has now in his pocket, heads out her. At least the last place he believes, where he buried her.
Okay. Where did you bury her?
Theo buried her underneath. I don't think we ever decided where on the map.
Right. Do we need the map of Ravenreach?
Buried outside of Ravenreach underneath my favorite tree. So, I don't know where... Oh, wow.
Thanks, Nor.
Yeah, thanks, Norm.
God damn.
Welcome to the new map of Ravenreach.
That's fucking cool.
Hey, Scarlet.
Hello. I have video I can put up, but I don't want to screw cameras.
Now would be the time to do it.
Yeah.
This way I could fix everything and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, let Theo do his word picture and
Yeah, Theo,
Mark is
continue.
fixing the camera.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I believe I said that Theo in Meridia used to live in Hall District.
Yes.
So I'd say it's somewhere around the Sunrise Quarter.
Okay.
Buried her like, outside of Raven.
Okay. Lark, just let me know when you throw your, or I'll know when you throw your camera on. But feel free to throw your camera.
I just gotta make sure my stuff is lined up properly,
Okay.
which it is not yet. On the wrong network with my phone.
Where she was buried, a small patch of chrysanthemums planted on the ground. Do with that information as you will.
Okay. It's been it's been a long time since you've been here. And simultaneously, Maximilian is arriving to find that Beacon Hill is empty. No one is there. Theo, you stand in the rain, looking down at where you had buried your wife those 20 years before. It's a patch of earth. There's not much to it. You buried her there, outside of the city.
Does it look moved, disturbed even?
Not recently. It's hard to tell. It's been 20 years since you buried her. There's actually not a lot of camera fixing to do with this.
Cool. Theo, as he's walking up to where he buried Meridia, starts to say, Sorry I haven't come see you in so long. I felt it best that you wouldn't want to see me like or at least what was left of me before. What I've become now is far worse.
From behind you, you hear, "It's all right. I've changed in a lot of ways myself." I wait here for a few hours every night, hoping you'll come.
Is it really you?
Have you turned around yet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, he's closed his eyes. Even shivering almost.
There's something she would have said to you that she wouldn't have said to anyone else. That you would know her by.
What was her pet name for him?
No, I'm not doing that.
Snoopsykins.
Was she the only other one to call you Theodore?
Well, actually, I was gonna go with something.
Okay.
Teddy.
The fact that we both loved books. I was gonna go.
Well, you can perhaps say something, but she says, "It's really me."
He slowly turns around, as he opens his eyes. What does he see?
She stands there in the dress you buried her in, though now it's mended. There's no sign of decay or rot upon it. She's pale. Her eyes are dark. She wears a cloak with the hood up to protect her from the rain.
And I see her face.
Yes. It looks like Merida.
Meridia.
Meridia. It looks like her. But
Flash of lightning with her face slowly silhouette. The flash of it
yes.
goes.
But pale.
Yeah.
She steps forward.
Meridia.
She looks the same as she did 20 years ago. No different. Though paler. But perhaps that's the lightning. Perhaps it's the moonlight.
Oh.
Does it matter? Did you try?
No. Yes, of course.
Is that what led to this? And she takes another step forward and lightly brushes one of the scars on your face. Her hands are cold, but that could be the rain.
I lost my way. Without you. There was nothing to me. I felt there was no purpose. Without you. How long have you been? How long have you been back there?
I never left. The night you buried me. But I didn't know how to approach you. I was scared and alone. And then I didn't know where you were. I
Have you been?
needed help for a while.
But what? I saw Dead.
I still am. She he took me.
Who? Who?
The creature who attacked me. The Duke. And we'll switch over to John and Ollie.
And Archie.
And Archie.
And Lumiere.
Yes.
I'm going to try to snag Lumiere on the way there.
Sure. Lumiere typically hangs out in places where people wouldn't think to look.
I'm going to go wander to the servants' quarters for a while then.
Is he wearing a shirt that says devoted, involved, loving father?
Yes, probably.
Uh,
It just says number one dad on it.
Lumiere is in the room.
That's the coffee mug, right?
Yeah.
Lumiere is in the servants' lounge down near their quarters, reading.
What's he reading?
Sorry.
He's reading
Don't.
a book of fairy tales.
Ah.
You know, I would tell you the irony of that, but you'll find out soon enough.
He looks up as you enter the room, sighs, and closes the book. He kind of raises it slightly in your direction and then, like, puts it down on the couch, kind of like, just, like, it's funny what people think about fairies.
Yeah. Now, some of that shit's really true, though.
Sure. But some of them haven't really gotten to know them very well. And he stands up. Some
Yeah.
fairies are a bit more
Callous.
I was going to say bitchy.
So he is a fairy.
And he tosses the book down onto the chair. What do you need?
What'd you help?
You.
You.
Fuck you, leather man.
With what? Of course. I'm at your service, but what are we doing?
What are we gonna do with my brother?
I don't see why you would.
Come with me.
I don't know.
You'll see. So I'm gonna go pick up Archie in like the foyer with Lumiere or whatever.
Sure.
Oh, hello.
Well,
Hello, Lumiere. Why?
we're harassing him, so probably a pissy mood. So
Backup
My demands, I guess,
for your
right?
16-year-old brother.
Uh, let's go.
Okay.
The three of you head to the room where Ollie is being kept. It's probably roughly. It's probably getting close to 9 in the evening at this point.
Yep.
He's locked in, of course, for his own good.
Yeah. So, should I just go in there alone? If that's okay?
Nah, he wants to see me.
Oh,
That's what he
what
said.
did he ask of you?
I have a clue.
Max told John that his brother asked to see him.
Looking for... Ah, right. Okay, I'll just hop in with you, I suppose.
Do you want
Yeah.
me out here, or do you need me with you?
Just come on inside.
Oh, nice.
You go in, and Ollie's just kind of like got nothing better to do, so he's just kind of sitting around, twiddling his thumbs, essentially.
Hey, heard you were looking for me. Max said you sent me a message.
He, a guy can't talk to his brother without a bunch of armed guards with him.
I have
Not here to be
no...
armed.
What's that?
They're not here to be armed.
I brought my mum with me. I don't think I'd be going into a scrap with my... Sorry.
Look, I don't know you from Adam, so
Well, that's why I brought him.
Lumiere's definitely armed. Like, he's not going anywhere without something on him.
Lumia,
Yeah.
take the knives out of your fucking boots. Like,
You sure?
You know, I got that thing on me.
and the ones out of your other pocket.
Lumiere.
And the other pocket.
Yes.
Why have you pat him down?
I'll step outside a moment, and
No, please stay.
then Lumiere
You
just
just know where he keeps all his knives.
Lumiere just starts putting, like, unstraps his...
on the table.
Yeah, he unstraps his sword belt, he puts his rapier and dagger up there, and then he starts pulling sheaths out of boots and holsters and puts them down.
And then he takes off his belt.
on the
and
on the dresser.
We're not here to be armed, but
And I don't know if you've had this, Archie.
you're cutting out a bun.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you've had this before, but I brought you this, and
You're
I mean,
cutting.
a saucer of coffee.
Hmm.
Sorry, wait a second.
Ollie kind of sits so that he can like lean his arms on his knees, fold his hands together, and just kind of give you this like this frustrated teenager look. John.
I brought these two because I want to show you something. I'm gonna motion towards Lumiere. This guy's my best friend in the whole world. Trust him with my life. Many times over.
Foolishly.
Doesn't matter. You, show him what you really look like?
Excuse me.
Lumiere is like in disguise, right?
Yeah, of course he is.
Would you?
Are you asking?
Or are you commanding?
Only if you want to.
think he wants to.
I'll consider it.
Perhaps I should start with Archie then.
Yes.
You will understand
Yeah.
the point in a moment. This one, I think you can see is a little beyond the ordinary.
Yes. I already showed you my. That is in fact my face. You weren't seeing it wrong in the darkness.
Mortal men consider these two to be monsters. And they are among my closest friends and most trusted confidants.
Associate. No, no, I didn't say that.
So what do you trying to say that just because?
No. You are not beyond redemption, Oliver. Ollie. Lumia used to kill people for a living.
Technically,
For fun.
That is something probably he should have disclosed. John?
Ollie puts his head down in his hands, and after a moment looks up at you. John, I got more than one thing that is going through my head right now.
I know. It's not easy.
Brain going through your head.
I look like I told you before. I wanted the power that I had. I gave that up because I was hurting people. And what that lady who was with you had said was right. Mom and Dad wouldn't have wanted to see me the way I was. Maybe you could forgive me for that. I think you can. Yeah.
Already.
I know what you said. You're a man of, you got this faith and stuff.
John kind of glances at the dresser where all of Maximilian's amulets are.
Yeah, that's the other thing I'm thinking about. All your fancy friends here,
Who left those there? Somebody else?
Yeah, he was with you the other night when you came to the temple.
I can definitely tell you for certain.
Some fancy dressed, foppish, armored fuckboy who just threw gold at me like it was gonna solve all my problems. You know, the normal noble bullshit.
Hold on. You're saying Max gave you these?
Yeah, he said it was his spare set. He didn't need them. He told me that if I wanted real power, that I should, talk to you and find God or some shit like that.
Kid, you know Max doesn't give anybody anything.
Yeah, he gives
Ever.
people shit all the time, I'm sure, the way that he was speaking.
He has never tipped me before.
He's kind of a prick.
So this is incredible to witness.
Yeah, I picked up
To be
on
sure.
that. I picked up
But
on
he's
that
up.
when he came in here. Look, John, you may tell me, you may say that he doesn't give anything away or whatever that you're trying to say about the significance of this, but the kid came in here. He can't even be more than a couple years older than me. He's dressed all fancy. He's fucking carrying a tape measure around. And he says to me that he he basically tells me that he knows better. And all I can tell you is that he didn't grow up like we did. He didn't know. He doesn't know. He didn't have it hard. He
But we
probably
did.
had everything handed to him on a plate.
I don't disagree. But
You're hanging out with all these fancy people in this huge house. Like, you're
Look,
different
I
now.
mean,
I hate to break it
My-
to you, kid, but I don't think Archie or Lumiere here are particularly fancy.
I
He looks at Archie's well-tailored clothing.
Oh,
Look,
right.
he's
That
a-
is, I am now because I got a handout. The earliest memories I have of my childhood was just to hell with it. The earliest memories I have of my
You're cutting out, bud.
people. The earliest memories I have of my childhood, living in a pit and eating people who were tossed into that pit, and I would, along with my sisters and siblings, I would purge into their mind and make them relive their worst fears, and then eat that fear, and then eat them. It
I like
was so. That's not. I mean, if you want to call that living deliciously, I suppose. But that was hell, and every dream, every moment I relive that nightmare is hell.
I'm sorry you had to go
And
through that.
no, it's okay. You didn't know, and that's something that I don't think anyone's come to understand of you, is that they don't know you, and maybe they don't deserve to. That choice is yours to make, whether people know you or not.
Yeah.
And I only got to how I am now because I followed a me that I felt happy with. I didn't care about power. I had a gift given to me, and that made me happy. But that wasn't the power it wasn't the gift that gave me power. It was my passions that gave me power.
Yeah.
So what do you want from me?
I just want to have a talk with you and frankly apologize for rude intrusion of your mind. It's a force of habit from my aforementioned earlier years.
We all do what we gotta do.
Yes. I didn't have to though. That's the thing. It's okay that if you are upset and are uncomfortable, it is your mind. It doesn't. You don't have to just say that's how it be and be okay with that.
What are we gonna do now?
I have
Whether
a
it bothers me or not, you think
I have
can't change it? Already happened.
proposition. Tomorrow, I have the opportunity to introduce you to two of the kindest people that I know.
And forgiving. So don't you worry about that.
They run a school of sorts.
For gifted mutants.
Shut the fuck up.
If the shoe fits.
Oh,
Yep.
God.
You're not wrong.
Would you like to become an X-Man?
Lumiere is teacher at that school. He understands you and me more than I think we understand you and me. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. The best guy I know.
Ollie says, I can't promise you nothing.
Just hear them out. And know that they're not trying to screw you, take advantage of you, flash money to impress you, none of that stupid shit. They're way better than that. Way better than that.
I guess we'll see. I ain't never met a noble who doesn't like flashing money in front of people. Who doesn't like letting you know that you're beneath them.
I think you'll be impressed this time. I don't call him fucking Nathaniel Brown for no reason, but I do call her lady
Well
and a
then,
husband.
like I said, I can't make
You'll
any
see, bud.
promises, but if you want me to meet him, I'll meet him. I don't know, John. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I can do. I don't even know if I should want anything.
You'll be 17 in a few months.
Look,
So,
you know what
so
I've
you're
done.
not sure if you want anything because you worry that your want to be different, to be above, is unhealthy and harmful to others.
I'm not sure.
Is that correct?
I'm not sure because I... Look. I was angry when we were at the temple. I was real angry. And now I'm just nothing. I went after... I didn't like stumble on becoming that thing by accident.
I know.
And then I didn't try to not be that thing. I embraced it. I killed people I loved for power. I killed people I didn't know.
John is kind of looking at Lumiere at this point to see what Lumiere's reaction is. Like, is he giving him a knowing look?
Oh yeah.
So,
I killed. I treated Ravenreach like I was the king of it. Like I could kill who I want. Like I decided who lived and who died. All because it made me feel stronger. More powerful. Like nobody could hurt me. But when it comes down to it, I was just killing myself. Every time. I don't deserve charity. I don't deserve handouts. I don't even deserve to be alive.
But you do deserve to be wanted. And I love you, buddy.
is it?
And you do deserve to be happy.
It's not.
You think so? Really?
Yeah.
I
More than
deserve to be imprisoned or hung. If you go out there in the streets and you go start asking the mothers or the daughters or the sons or the brothers or the fathers of the people I killed, you think they're going to say I deserve to be happy? No, they're
Ollie,
going to say I deserve to be strung up or
if,
quartered.
if you just
That's why they
if you
call it a
just stay in here, Ollie, if you just stay in here, you deserve, and you deserve only death. Then you won't be doing anyone any good. You won't be doing yourself any good like that. You'll only prohibit yourself from exploring the potential that you have to do good. You're only barring yourself from the path that you wanted for all this time. I doubted myself. I killed myself. I forgot every part of me that made me happy. And it took a handout to remember that.
I don't know if I deserve a second chance.
I got one.
Lumiere puts a hand on
I
your
didn't
head.
think I deserved it.
Archie, Lumiere puts a hand on your
Yeah.
shoulder.
Yeah.
Give me the chance. And Lumiere will allow himself to be seen. Listen to me, boy. Everything you said you've done, I've done 10 times over. Probably 100 times over. I was given a second chance, though I do not deserve it. But that is the nature of second chances. Your brother is offering you an opportunity. An opportunity to undo the wrongs that you have done. So you can sit here in this room, deserving death, which you do, and I do as well. Or you can step out into this world and prevent others from experiencing your fate, or the fate that you so easily doled out. Your brother's right. I'm a monster.
No. Not anymore.
And just as many men and women would say the same things about me. They would say that I believe there was a time where even my own daughter would say that she doesn't care what happens to me. But things can change. I suggest you take this opportunity. And he's going to nod to John without really looking at him, grab his things, his weapons, off the dresser, and step out of the room.
We've set up peace, bud. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
I love you, buddy.
I know.
Is Lumiere waiting outside, or is he stormed off?
He's standing outside the door and strapping his weapons back on. He's not really waiting outside.
Go ahead, Archie. But I think you understand why I wanted to bring you. Thank both of you very much. You may have just given my brother a new lease on life.
I hope so, because I didn't ever want to retell that story ever again.
We've all
No
done things
one,
we're proud of.
no one brings that up ever again. Okay.
Lumiere
You have my word.
looks right at you, Archie, and says, I know how you feel, and I will tell no one. I was unaware, and I appreciate your candor. It gave me the strength to say something myself.
I'm glad. There's a lot. You know what they say. Stays in the or happens in the underdog stays in the under. Archie kind of like sort of tries to get himself back a albeit nervous smile, but okay, we should sorry, I'm just trying to distract myself from what's happening tonight.
I'll help you. Go ahead, I'll
Okay.
catch up.
Lumiere steps
Alright.
up to the rail of the walkway on the upper floor that looks down over the main hall, the main entrance hall of Tyminster Court, and kind of leans his arms against the rail, looking down.
I'll mimic his posture, I suppose.
Speaking of distractions, he looks over at you, kind of side eye. How did
What?
you go?
How did what go?
John.
How long have you known?
I've known since the day and the moment that you asked me how I met my wife.
That obvious, huh? Are you mad?
Please. I have no say in her life, nor yours. I've sworn myself into your service, not necessarily by choice initially, but by now, yes. I have no place to be mad, nor reason. But how did it go?
I must confess, it went. It went. She is guarded. She is right to be. But she knows now, I think. You will meet someone soon. You'll understand.
John, you fight with a hammer, and you are a smith. It wouldn't
Yes.
surprise me if how you shared your feelings was blunt.
I will begin calling a store to me.
A store flies in, kind of looking curiously at everything, easily distracted. She's never seen most of these things until tonight. And then she comes and wraps herself like a stole around your shoulders. And who's this little one?
This is a store. I take it you know what that word means. With all your fairy tale reading.
I was going to say that you're a smith, not a poet. But perhaps I'd be wrong in saying that.
I will show a store the ring that Lark has given me. And all her scales will begin to shift.
Impressive work. How did you summon her? Is she bound to your service?
Yes. But you know me better by now. I do not demand anything. I only ask.
It seems you received. Again.
It'll work.
What's that?
I said it works.
He, grips your shoulder. Do you know what it takes to get past someone's guard?
Apparently not.
It takes time, John. You
Yeah.
wait until the moment they drop the defenses. And though this strategy may sound like it works in combat, it works with many things. The analogy stands, poor as it may be. She will lower her guard when she wishes to, if she wishes to. And all you can do is wait for that moment.
I'll wait the rest of my life if I have to. I'm in no hurry to find someone. But
Just don't make the mistake of binding yourself to a fairy queen once you have. Oh, wait. And he smirks.
let me tell you a story, Lumiere. And we can fade away, but John will tell Lumiere the tale. Because I'm sure he has never heard it.
Sure.
You're good. And we will begin making our way towards
Yeah. Archie.
Alpha.
Lark. I will tell you that
Hang on.
earlier this evening, Theo had gathered all of you to tell you about his vision. Or not the vision, but what he read in the journal of the 36 days. When he came in, he was panicked and the scars that covered his body were glowing faintly with a green necrotic energy. Almost as if his skin were peeling away to reveal this glow beneath. He panically told everyone about what was going on. There was some discussion about what to do about it. And then there was a suggestion that the anvil may have been desecrated when the church was burned. Because Zenesia's desecration came up in conversation. John and the others ran to examine the anvil. And during that time, Angelica came to speak to Theo and discovered his visage, which sent her into a state of shock, from which you pulled her out of the room to go and give her something more mundane to think about, preparing for the morning's training, because she was kind of just standing there, mouth agape, not sure what to make of what she was seeing. In the meantime, Theo gathered up his papers, which were spilling out everywhere, and kind of rushed out back to Beacon Hill.
Nothing better to cope with uncertainty than a nice dose of tangible certainty, accomplishable tasks.
Yes.
Right, Angelica?
Well, while you were training her, I'm going to get this one last thing. While you were going over those things, at some point during your gathering of materials, Angelica slipped away.
Oh dear.
Yes. And so, at this point, these conversations have happened, and you're in the training room, looking around, realizing that the girl was not quiet because she was still in shock. The girl was quiet because she had slipped out of the room, probably using that newfound invisibility spell, and maybe to slip away.
I'll close my eyes and see if blind sight detects her within 10 feet of me now, then. No.
She's gone.
Rats.
Clever girl.
I try. I'll send Piosa to bombard her with some images. So if she's within 100 feet, she should get something, but I guess it's up to her whether she responds or not.
Sure. You get back from Piosa an image of her sitting in where would she be? She's sitting in one of the empty guest rooms, hugging the spellbook from Theo's past and crying silently.
I'll have Piosa kind of perch on her knee if she lets him.
She kind of tries to shoo him away and says, "Go away, Piosa. I can't play now."
He'll tug at her sleeve a little bit.
Please, just leave me alone.
Lark will say through Piosa's mouth that if you need some time to calm and adjust, you can take the time. You know where to find me. I'll be in the training room. But if it's something you want to speak about, I do recommend finding someone, perhaps of faith. I'm concerned about Theo as well.
It's my fault.
Why is it your fault? Theo chased these things well before you entered into our lives. This was always a sort of risk. Lark will start kind of heading up to the room and eventually open the door and enter.
Sure.
Kind of sit near to Angelica, but give her a little bit of space.
I lied to him.
Lied to him? How so?
She kind of hugs the book closer to herself. Pulls her knees up around it. Like in front of it.
It may still be something that clerics can cure. There might be some sort of remedy to it. I mean, I certainly don't have that at my disposal, but surely someone can sort something out. Some sort of purification. I mean, we just purified most of a city from werewolves. What's one more man?
He...
If you can tell me, Angelica, it might help to unravel this. Faster, more clearly.
Knowing what I know now, I told him I found this book in a library. One that he knew. She told me to tell him that.
She. Which she, Angelica?
I think she's his wife.
His wife? She's been dead for years. How did she speak to you?
Because I don't think she's all the way dead.
As some sort of specter? In some sort of dream?
No.
In flesh?
Yes. I didn't want to tell him. She wanted me to. She wanted me to learn about him in this book and then tell him that she was there, waiting for him. But I didn't tell him.
Oh, where did you meet her?
In the graveyard, where I first raised a skeleton.
Can she travel beyond it?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I shouldn't have lied to him.
Well, it's in the past now. I can bring this to Lady Bia's attention in a sensitive way.
When I told him that I had lied to him, he kicked me out. He was so angry.
For such a gruff man, he certainly is a ball of hurt sometimes, isn't he?
I don't think Master Theo will let me learn from him anymore.
I think he will. Just give it some time. He might need some more space. In the meantime, we can fill in some more blade singing lessons for you, and you can show me some of that nifty new trick you've learned as well for casting spells with blades in both hands. That's something I'd like to learn as well.
Okay. I think I'd like to be alone right now, if that's okay. And
Certainly.
she turns herself invisible. She doesn't move. The impression of her sitting on the bed is still there. But she makes herself unseen.
Or we'll kind of like reach out of hand, rub her back a couple times, and then she'll depart, closing the door behind her. And Piosa. She has to call Piosa a little bit extra because he's reluctant to go. Yes.
As you step out of the room, you can see John leaving to head back to Beacon Hill, down in the main hall.
Well, John, how did your chat go? I trust it went better than the last one I just had. Or the last couple I've just had, actually, in fact.
It went okay.
Good stepping stone.
Your father told him what he needed to hear. He's a good man.
I'm starting to see that. In steps, I suppose.
Of course.
Hard to reconcile one's childhood with some very different adult realities, isn't it?
Yeah. You could say that. He's he's walking his own journey. I can only hope to guide him. Both of them.
Well, you are certainly the man for the job, if there ever was one.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good.
I do want to apologize for my tea time behavior. I was caught quite off guard, John.
Yeah. That's okay.
No, it wasn't entirely fair of me. I blamed you for not knowing my true face when I myself was unwilling to show it. And I should have done that earlier. I should have done this earlier, but I was too much of a coward for it.
You are no coward.
Coward enough. But I feel I should. Since might as well have one positive conversation today.
Sure.
Lark will duck into like a more private room, and her fingertips will start to blanch, fading to palest alabaster, and it'll ripple upwards, similar to the way that you've seen kind of puddle ripples spreading across Lumiere as he shifts form as well. You'll see her true flesh, so milky white forearms crisscrossed with occasional moonlit kind of colored scars that she doesn't keep in her general human form, from her 2 decades of fairly intensive blades training. The white will spread across her neck, her shoulders, her face, her ankles. Her body form, her curves, and her musculature are pretty much the same. Her form is stronger than most changelings, as she does have strong bones that she inherited from her human mother. Her hair, you notice, is still the same color that it was previously, though there is a root of white at the parting. And her eyes, you can see, are rimmed kind of with black charcoal with a colorless pupil to the center. She'll just kind of smile and gesture her hands expansively.
Still just as beautiful as I imagined.
Curious thing to say, but I suppose you can see the family resemblance now.
Sure. But I told you. I'm gonna like reach my hand out to take hers. Does she take it?
Yep.
I like what's in here. He kind of like points at your chest.
Well, perhaps that's something to explore together. at some point.
Yeah, I would very much like that. Very much.
As you
You-
continue.
Go
I don't
ahead.
want to end the scene if you have more to say.
Do you have something to say?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
At tea time, you talked about the future, and that's not something I can promise because my future is tied to my queen. But
I would wait
do what I
100
can.
years and 100 years more, if I must. Wherever I am, you are always welcome.
well, I hope it doesn't take 100 years to slay the Duke.
Either. I'd like to let your dad have a little bit of life. He's he's a good guy. I know you are weary and afraid.
That's accurate. But back to Beacon Hill, yes?
Yes.
Before Astor finds herself into too much mischief.
Yeah. You can feel John like squeeze your hand before he lets go. Like he doesn't want to let go.
As
He
you.
really-
Oh, sorry. I
You're
keep
good.
interrupting. I apologize.
You're good.
The pauses sometimes, get me.
Yeah.
Computer lag, yeah.
Yeah. As you step out back into the main hall, you catch sight of a store chasing Piosa, and Piosa turns in midair and sticks his tongue out at a store, and then keeps flying in a circle, purposely trying to keep away from her just so that she'll chase him. And
Teaching her some new aerial acrobatics.
Yes. And they both kind of land on your shoulders like scarves, mirroring each other when you come out of the room after playing
Clark
for a few
will
moments more.
reach up fingers to scritch them in Piosa's favorite spot on both sides. Accustomed to the gesture with Piosa. But perhaps it's new for Astor.
Mm-hmm. Maximilian, while everybody's been gone and you've been at Weston Court by yourself, what have you been up to? Have you perhaps gone out to the garden for any reason?
I would have looked around for Theo. I would have checked the library, the blood room.
Okay.
But if I,
So, yeah.
but I'm not. I don't have much. Well, I would have cause to be worried because we are in Raven Reach. So I guess
I love the way you say it. I would have cause to worry because
We're in
we do
Raven
live
Reach.
in Raven Reach. He could have been abducted by the what do you call it? By the Duke at any point. So I will keep searching.
be the first time.
Okay. You look around in the library, in his bedrooms, throughout the house.
Bedrooms plural.
His
How come
bedroom.
I don't get bedrooms plural.
His bedroom. The blood room. As you come out of the blood room and into the courtyard, you can see figures moving about in the greenhouse. It's later, but they're still there. There's a couple of fairy-sized creatures moving about, and at least one full-sized humanoid tending.
Oh, okay. So they're just the help.
Yes,
Okay.
they're just the help.
Okay, I mean, I'll just keep searching for Theo. I'll walk past them. You don't interact with the help.
As you walk past, there's a tapping on the glass,
Okay.
and the dryad from the Feywild waves at you. The one from
Oh, that one.
Is
Yeah.
this the one that
One.
like
Yeah.
charmed me?
yes, she's waving at you with a huge smile on her face.
I mean, she's no rock gnome, so I'll just wave back cordially.
She
Oh my God.
opens the greenhouse door as you wave back cordially and walk by with better things to do, and she calls out, "Will you come visit when you're done?"
I can be done now.
Oh, friendship.
Bye, Theo.
She smiles and says, "Wonderful," and you can try to resist the charm spell she lays upon you.
Can we fade to black?
Archie, you're the first one back
A
to
lot of splinters there. Anyway, what?
you're the first one back to Weston Court, and
have a
Theo's not
point.
around.
I have a point of question
Yeah,
because this is actually an ordered official document. Does this dryad have a name?
I guess.
Previously,
Max
she did
doesn't
not,
know it.
So
Because there is a famous dryad in Oregon.
I mean, that's metagaming.
Nobody
Anyway,
knows. None of
Nobody's
you
gonna know.
I should say
Doesn't know.
none of you know.
It's
yeah.
fair.
Archie,
I
you
think-
come back. Theo's gone. Maximilian, like the house is quiet. Boney,
Except for the rattling of the bone.
yeah, you can hear Boney like slamming. Like to Theo, it sounded like beautiful music, and Maximilian couldn't have stopped Boney from doing it because he's going to continue to follow his last command, unless Maximilian just put an end to Boney. But you can hear like somebody slapping the keys on the organ, like they have no idea what they're doing.
What do you mean he's playing Phantom of the Opera? Dun, 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 dun.
I go see if Boney's okay, if Theo's there with Boney.
Theo's not
What's
there.
going on?
Theo's not there with Boney, but Boney is swaying back and forth on
Actually,
the bench.
on the way over, do I see actually because the greenhouse is on the way to.
Do you go in the front door or do you go in through
I go in the front
courtyard?
door. Yeah,
Okay, then
I
you
went
would.
through the front door.
Yeah, then you wouldn't have seen.
Oh no, isn't there's a door that goes into the greenhouse from the main hall.
Am I misremembering? Let's go. This is the.
Well,
Oh, that's the second floor. Hold on. No, that's the first floor. There. So you came in through the. Oh, you came in through here. That door is closed.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Don't hear anything.
I mean, you
I
know
was
that
doing just a general
you know
check
that
for,
Lark
like,
had cast
anti-air.
had summoned woodland creatures into the
Yeah.
into the garden to take care of things earlier.
Oh, maybe
so.
they know where. Maybe they know where Theo is. Yeah. I will open the door.
You open.
No.
This may be an open and shut moment, Archie.
Yeah.
Oh, he sees tons
what
of
do I
wood.
roll? Performance, athletics.
No.
Survival?
For that.
Survival.
So, nature.
survival for number of
Um,
splinters, and then one of the other ones.
All you know,
Yeah.
Archie, is that you
Animal
Something's
handling.
happening.
you open the door
Swear
and
to
you
God,
didn't.
Max, if you get the clap from this dryad, John is not casting Lesser Restoration.
You open the door, and immediately a couple of fairies, grab a tarp that's laying in there and hold it up so that you only see a silhouette of what is
Okay.
happening.
Oh, okay. I close the door and try to ignore.
Susan
Come
says,
in that
"What's
room."
wrong, Archie?"
Theo's got one of his consorts again.
Theo.
Oh, sorry, not Theo. Sorry. Maximilian has one of his consorts again.
Excuse me. I didn't know Theo was
Excuse me, I'm
such
a
a
married man.
such a dirty
I'm a married
hound.
man. Yeah. Sorry, but I'm just. It's like. Does he go anywhere? I left you with him for a while. I don't know, honestly, where he goes for his spare time.
Maxim, Theo?
I'm asking Susan.
You're asking her about Theo?
Yeah.
She... the
I
library,
don't-
usually.
Yes. I checked there, but it's just Boney doing something strange.
Boney is, like, swaying back and forth on the bench, like, slamming his claws into the keys like he is playing music, and it's just like, brang, brang, brang.
Please stop saying the word slamming.
There's too much really loud noise. I'm going to get overstimulated here. Alright, well, I guess I'll check the graveyard, maybe. The
one here?
The one here, the church.
Would the glass on the greenhouse would it have been all foggy or would it?
Yeah,
okay.
let's just say for the terms of everything, it's just gotten steamy in there, you know.
What
I think Archie
dice
would just
do I roll
divert.
for how long Max
Shut the fuck
lasted?
up. Shut the
Oh
fuck
my
up.
god.
D4.
You're getting a little too rowdy.
Six?
Connor.
Wait, you're a
Stop.
paladin. You're immune to disease. Ignore.
That's right. Yeah.
It's Constitution saves.
That's why I became a fucking paladin. I just walk through the doors.
You guys don't
I
have
just
a
divert my
bard, so
gaze.
you have a treachery paladin instead.
Yeah.
Um,
He's betraying my innocence
my
right now.
pillow talk. My pillow talk is do you need to go somewhere after this? I have my horse. He can take you home. Sorry, I forgot your name. But
oh no. You're coming to the Feywild with me.
oh, okay.
I halt. I'm like, Maximilian, you're not. You know what? It's your life. Just be back before sundown, or something.
Well,
Oh, it's
technically
already
it's nighttime
sundown.
right now.
So be back before morning.
I have a party we can go to.
Oh no.
He's going to the Bacchanals.
If he accepts. Archie, after a little while, John
I'm
and
charmed.
Mark
If he
would
accepts,
show up.
Freaking
At
back
the
some
house.
million.
Yeah, I go back after I hear like the gate open. I go around the corner. It's like I haven't found Theo anywhere.
I heard some rather distressing news about him from Angelica. She
Oh.
mentioned that his dead wife is not quite dead and was looking for information about Theo in the graveyard where Theo met Angelica.
Technically I met Angelica at the Beacon Hill,
But she
yeah.
took him to the graveyard.
Thank you for that clarification.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, so at the graveyard where she first brought Theo, with her first skeleton, I believe.
Then can you send Piosa to quickly see if he's there?
Certainly. All right, Piosa, you have a job to do.
Okay. It's
Actually, if you wanna get really you really wanna find Theo. There's been someone hanging around the tree, been sitting there just kinda hanging out.
Edgar.
Edgar. Oh, I didn't see his tokens.
Edgar.
I didn't
What do you
think
do-
about
what
it.
Yeah, I
do
didn't see his token.
Do you command anything to Edgar when...
I didn't command Edgar to do anything, but Edgar is free to do whatever he wishes for now.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Edgar's just kind of hanging out at the house.
So if he's at the tree, presumably he calls out or calls or something.
Sure.
And we can ask, Edgar, do you know where Theo went? And Piosa will kind of try to catch images and help translate.
Go ahead, Adam. You can be Edgar.
My
Tell-
companion Theo, he was very distressed. I didn't get a very good glimpse, but it appears that he was talking with the little one over there. That little short girl who can kick anyone's ass. Yes, that one.
Why is he such a Chad?
No. You're not hearing voices. You're just seeing the mental pictures of everything that he's projecting to you.
Yeah.
So if he's a Chad, he's
He
just a
also
Chad
will share
in your
that
mind.
with all of us, just to share the joy. Did you see which direction he went after? I found the girl, and she's quite upset. But
And then essentially, yes, kind of mental image, or just him shaking his head and flapping his wings, but not flying. He's just
Can you bring us to him?
Yes.
Should we bring Max with us as well?
Yeah, can I make my saving throw against her charm now?
Yes,
Because
you can.
he was just gonna be a fuckboy
It's
with
the
her.
afterglow. It's the
Yes,
afterglow.
you can
It's
make
the
a saving throw against her charm.
I was trying to call her an Uber with my horse.
post-nut clarity.
That's 4 wisdom saves.
Sorry,
Maximilian
whenever
is...
I hit it, it clicks twice. But yeah, the first one, just the 19. I roll everything twice for some reason.
Rolled it 4 times for me.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Maximilian is currently
Oh wait, my apologies.
doing some sort of
I
action
performance.
with your Feywild friends.
Oh,
Some sort of tree person from the silhouette I made. I don't know what they're doing, but it's
the dryads
Something.
are summoned to garden.
Do I
Oh.
do I get to pick
Maximilian,
out of
I'm
these
going
4
to
wisdom
release
saves which one?
concentration.
No, just do the first one.
Okay, then you succeed
Can I get
against her
advantage
charm.
though and take that nat 20 because she's not a rock gnome?
Yes. Yeah, because the 19 would have succeeded anyway, so you can have the 24. Go for it.
you're just standing up the dryad. Wow.
She pouts and disappears.
Well, he's had the better part of an hour with her, so
Wow, I lasted an hour? Okay.
Has it been an hour?
I don't even think it's been an hour.
Yeah, it hasn't been an hour.
Theo,
I was gonna let you roll, let you guys, or have me roll a d4 or a d6.
I think it would be a con save. Theo, what do you do after she's revealed what she has?
Not that long.
She wasn't
Yeah,
pouting
it's just
because
an
you
episode.
weren't going with her to the Feywild. We'll just say that. If you're gonna pull this stuff, I'm gonna get in on it too.
Theo would. You were with the Duke. Did he hurt you? Wait. He's the one who did it, didn't he?
Yes.
The image Meridia sees is one of just Theo's. The scars start glowing bright, a little brighter as Theo's eyes, yellow eyes, also start to glow in anger. Took you from me. Dad, I'll kill him.
Theo. I can give you this gift. can be together again. Eternity.
Ah. Say it one more time, just so I can.
She grabs both of your hands. Her hands are cold, like the ghouls when you were dissecting them. That kind of cold. And she looks into your eyes. Hers are much darker than they were at one time. And she says, I would not do this if you were not willing. But we could be together. Always. In this way.
I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting. I've been wanting to see you for so long.
I'm sorry.
Did you always able?
What'd you say?
Oh, sorry. Were you always able to see me?
No. At first I was weak and crazed. All I could think about was the blood. When I drew myself out from the dirt where you had buried me, he came to me after some time. After I'd killed, I was under his spell for a while. His spawn.
But why you?
I was food. I eventually gained enough control and memory that I began to come here, hoping you'd return. I wandered the streets to all the places that we would go. And then I saw that dark-haired child. She wandered the graveyard with the same curiosity that... the same look in her eyes that you would get, thinking about all your spells and knowledge. I followed her a few times and to that academy. Eventually, one wandering led to another, and I saw you. But I did not know how to approach you like this. I was scared that you would be afraid or angry. So I gave
Theo grabs, holds her hands tighter. I would never hate you. I would never be angry with you, Meridia. I've been wanting to see you for 20 years. I thought I'd never get this chance ever again.
You have it now. Will you stay with me?
Yes. Can I kiss her?
Yes.
Yay!
I don't think she has a kiss in
And
mind
then
for
fade to
you.
black.
And then she
No.
draws you into her embrace, standing over the grave where you had buried her. And she sinks her fangs into your neck.
Dun dun dun!
And we will leave it there for tonight. This has been the Danse
Okay.
Macabre. Holy fuck.
Did we not want to maybe try Requiem, or we want to leave that for another night?
Why don't we leave that for next week?
Okay, yeah.
Well, let's do some favorite moments really quick. I know, Lark, you only had a few minutes with us tonight, but it
But
was...
you still lasted longer than Maximilian. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna go through.
A night of many ships, that's for sure.
I'm gonna go through a little quick tonight, so I'm gonna ask each person for their favorite moment and their favorite moment for another character, and I'm gonna ask that you try to pick someone that no one else has picked. Okay, the chat, if you want to add some, go ahead. Archie, Bun, favorite Archie moment.
I think, I'm really happy for the Archie. I think it would be like confiding with Ollie on that account and having to talk more about the nitty gritty parts of living as a child, and all that gruesome detail. Yeah, it was cool just to have just a little sliver of that just to show. And I think my favorite part of another player was I'm so happy for Theo to finally have some major developments with with Meridia, even though he's absolutely fucked right now.
He's resistant to necrotic damage. Maybe he won't become a
Oh,
full
maybe.
Hope
But
somebody's
also,
got
he
the
will
move
never be
curse
able to use
prepared.
Dawn again. Maybe he won't be able to use Dawn again.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, against your own wife. Oh.
We'll see what happens. Adam, you and I can have a conversation this week.
Oh, we're definitely having a conversation this week.
Scarlet, favorite Lark moment and favorite moment for another player.
I think the chat with Angelica was really interesting and like exploration of dynamics there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I liked, following up with the John chat a little bit there too. Favorite other player moment? Yeah, I think I really enjoyed Archie's revelations about his youth and the empathy that he drew out in the Ollie conversation there.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree
Highlight
more.
for me. And kind of the dryad thing with Max as well. Nice to have the callback to many, many episodes ago.
Yes. Johnny, favorite Max moment?
Definitely trying to get rid of that dryad. Like, I don't like not even knowing her name. Like not knowing her name, saying like I can call an Uber for you with through my horse, trying to get rid of her. But my
The epitome of fuckboy.
yeah, but my favorite for somebody else is when we were talking about desecration, how they're probably going to target every church. John like quickly being like, "Oh fuck," and then going up to the anvil, being like, "This might be
Something.
cursed," because we brought it into the Danse Macabre, and like we could have had like a cursed artifact or relic right under our nose.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Pat, favorite John
That would have been dope.
Not only that, we would have also had a
Cursed familiar.
familiar. Yeah, that isn't.
That would have
yeah.
been dope.
I think we've got enough curses to deal with now. Thank you very much.
I think my favorite John moment was kind of like a series of things, like just putting pieces together all night. So like knowing who to take to talk to my brother. Because like if you take Max, he's just gonna flip the fuck out and lose his shit, right? If you take Lark, like Lark was nice to him, but Lark doesn't have the experience that he has, so you have to take Archie and you have to take Lumiere, right? I really like that. As far as John, and then the resultant conversation with Lumiere, where it's like, how long have you known that I'm in love with your daughter, right? And he's like, yeah, it's cool. And I was like, well, that's not the answer that I expected. Yeah. Favorite for a moment for another character? I would say it's more like a DM appreciation. Playing a lot of NPCs tonight. Playing a lot of emotionally invested NPCs tonight. You had a red letter session, for lack of a better way to put it. Good job. Way to go,
Thanks.
Mark.
Well, whatever. Thank you. Adam?
Yeah,
Favorite Theo moment?
I'd say I mean, I can only pick one, so I'd have to say the Meridia one. It's been a long time coming to get Meridia onto the screen, and god damn it, it fucking worked. Thank you, Mark.
No,
You
I
did
just
a
wanted-
damn good job. My second would have been in the beginning when I was just trying to act all crazy, and I was like, I was trying to go for the Charlie Day,
That's what
Always
I was,
Sunny thing.
That's what I was doing when I was like pointing back, like.
Can I talk about the mail? Yeah, I really want to go for that, but and then person.
Keeps popping up. Zenezia. I got boxes.
I have to say, Archie is always very friendly and always very concerned with people, and I'm always really glad that when like out of all of them, RG's the first to always interact with Theo when it comes to like concern. So
That's
yeah,
fair. That's true. That's true. Archie's always the one who's like, "What about Theo?"
Yeah. Not to say that Maximilian didn't do anything either, but I mean he gave up pretty damn quickly. Let's be honest here. But then again, if there was a dryad right in front of me, I think I'd do too.
Maximilian has his
Yeah,
priorities.
Yeah, his
Meridia-
priorities were
Meridia
straight. He knew what he had to do.
Maximilian.
I
Theodore.
was
Think of
trying
it
to
that
get
way.
rid of her so I can keep looking.
Yeah, you got rid of
We're
her
doing a
quick too.
job.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
did.
10 seconds. We got some Dark
Yeah.
Dreamer ones.
Yeah.
We got Archie being so concerned when they first saw Archie's concern over John using the anvil because it could have gone very badly. Lark using blindsight to try and track Angelica when she noticed she'd slipped away. That was very creative. Maximilian asking if Theo being stood on the border of ethereal might just be he's old, telling Angelica he doesn't use necromancy because the green tint suit his skin tone. Yeah, I also fucking I just pulled all that like ethereal shit out of my ass, gonna be honest.
Works for me.
John continuing to try and convince Ollie that he is worthy of redemption and discussing his disastrous tea party with Lark and Lumiere to get his advice. Theo's emotional outburst when Angelica showed him minor rushing to check on her body that hadn't been disturbed. Yeah, that was really good. You did a really great like it was terrible, but it was incredible to watch, like the outburst. And DM moment, the introduction of Meridia for a new twist of the plot.
I have to say that every one of you have just done an amazing job at developing who your characters are. And we can have sessions like these where there's a lot of completely player-driven moments that are player-to-player interactions with very little direction from me because of how real your characters are for each of you.
Yeah.
And the relationships that have been established because of it. It is very easy for me to be, quote, all of these NPCs that are emotionally invested, when all I really have to do is play off of the... You guys just kind of tee up the ball. All I have to do is kind of hit it. So, appreciated all around. I will also say that Ollie is literally just me doing an impression of Pat being John, and then making him think younger. That's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It works. It works.
So, something really interesting I just realized, the Danse Macabre has always been kind of an action, horror, drama kind of series. And now, we're an action, horror, drama, romance series.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy,
we're a CW show.
It started as soon as fucking Susan
It started
came
with
on.
Susan, yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
was a
now
little
everyone's getting a ship.
I was a little
that there was less Susan.
there was no really like Susan, like super good Susan moment tonight.
There
Not gonna
will
lie.
be. There will be.
Oh, I
I
know.
can't throw everything
Yeah,
into every
you can't.
game.
I know. I
man.
know. We'll lose some before I possibly break my mind trying to contact Requiem.
I'll get there. It'll happen.
Oh, never mind.
Your fifth question is, can I bring her back to life?
I'll tell you this. This game is look, I part of the steady roleplay that was tonight, and the fact that we've had that the last 24 hours of in-game time have lasted 3 weeks is, like, I have to pump the brakes on your time frame because you're 3 weeks ahead of all the other games, but it never feels like filler, ever, ever, ever. Like, all of these things are important things that needed to be... A lot of what was established today were important moments that needed to be established to continue moving the story forward. More than any other campaign, this... I think because of, like, the horror, drama aspects of this game, it's easy to have these quieter moments, these scenes where these games sessions where we barely roll a die the entire time because it's all character development. I think that's necessary for a game where there is that, like, dread, creepy horror aspect to the genre. There's some tension building that has to be done before you get to the we're going to kick the crap out of a bunch of werewolves in the sewers. So, yeah, developments. And yes, we've been a soap opera for a long, long time. Long time.
You can still give us a beach holiday episode, though.
We just need to
that'd be
murder people
appreciated.
in Spanish, and then we're like a really good soap opera.
Well, we need people getting... We need some... Okay, this is a bad idea, but I'm putting it out there. We need someone into Danse to get murdered, and we don't know who did it.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next week.
That might happen.
Someone,
Listen.
a beloved NPC
I'll-
who's close to us will get murdered, and we have to figure out who did it. Then
Theo's
then
about
we're
to get murdered,
Riverdale.
and then you can figure out who did it.
That is Theo.
Yeah, right.
We're Riverdale.
You're gonna... What you need... You're right, you do need a beach episode. As soon as Theo's a full-fledged vampire, you can all go to the beach together.
We'll
It's
get
gonna
him a
be...
really big umbrella.
It's gonna be
I mean,
that. It's gonna be that
the
real
beach-
foot and mouth oops episode where it's like, oh, Theo forgot his sunscreen and now he's a pile of clothes on the ground.
No, like legitimately, like think about this, right? How much would it suck to be a vampire but old, right? Like you just wake up in the morning, you get out of the crypt, and your bones hurt, and you have like fucking back problems. Like, what?
You just walk
Tell
up to
me
the
already.
Right? Like, it's just eternal
walk-
misery.
you just walk up to the window and just be like, "Take me."
Morning sun, just take me.
It's really hard to be a vampire when you're old because you still want to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to bed at 6 o'clock at night, and it's just the opposite schedule for vampires. All right, guys, I gotta go. We'll go ahead and raid. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been an amazing
Thank you,
time.
everyone. Thank you, Mark.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, everyone.
Next week, guys. Next week, are we on for next week? It's the day before. It's the 23rd of December next week. Are we good for that?
It'll be the 24th for Bun.
It will be. It'll be the morning of Christmas Eve. Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So 24th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Then we'll
Yeah,
see you next
I'm good.
week. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah.